Good bitch. Okay. Does that work? Oh, hey. Uh. Oop. Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Ding ding. And all that. Hmm. When YouTuber lightning? I don't know what that means. Oh, my lights there. Lighting. Cap. Sure. Tesla dead. I don't know, Victor. GameStop's doing a thing though. $9.50 short puts still coming in. What are you looking at to see those, Brian? Because it shouldn't be available yet. Is it today when retail orders are meant to start only hitting lit markets? I don't think that's what that rule entails. That looks like the NYSE was getting ripped off on PFOF, and so they want trades appropriately marked. There was a change in the way fees are assessed, but it doesn't get rid of PFOF. Web 22C, all strikes streaming in TOS since open. Vast majority of live data shown there. Very few puts. Okay. Thanks, Hartley. If Reg Show was used to delay some FTD covering, what dates are relevant now? It's hard to say because it would create dilution of the FTD covering, right? So say XRT represents 50% of the FTDs due across the basket. It allows them to cover the rest of the basket in advance and then slowly cover XRT. So it in essence breaks up the FTDs. Why bullish on the SPY? Stam. Recovering. Looks good from a technical perspective too. The fuck? Huh. Okay. Looks like they're covering Express right now. Yeah. It's doing a thing. Oof. Jesus. Huh. Those are cheap as fuck. Buy some. $30,000 buy wall at 97. Okay, I mean that doesn't really matter. How bullish? 1 to 10? Pretty bullish, Banter King. I'm not gonna lie. I'm at a 6.9 on the bullish scale. It's above the median, Carl. Say full bull. It likes that. Are we gonna just stagnate at 104.20 now? Because people? I don't know, man. By Friday, probably. Didn't you already sell them last Friday? Ooh. I want to know if I'm in danger. I'd watch carefully for a cross of max pan, which is not here. 116's like the break point, so that's what you need to be probably paying attention to, man. Don't you have calls at lower strikes? Like, aren't you just hedged? Can they skip reg show settlement by cash settling with the ETF manager? Yeah, but then the ETF manager has to go and buy the shares, so it doesn't really relieve buying pressure. What do you think about CMKM? Do you think the same issue can happen that brokers start deleting shares after everything is directly registered? No, I mean that was because it was delisted for like fraudulent activity. You're talking about that fucking diamond company? Don't worry, not everything's getting directly registered on GameStop anytime soon, man. Should become one with the brine. Really Those are limit up, limit down orders. Half crow. You have to choose eggs or pancakes for the rest of your life. Eggs. I don't like pancakes that much. Shift search data available. I'll check it in a minute. It's only available for the first minute of market open. When does CPI come out for January? I think the inflation report's this Thursday. Uh, Consumer price index, I think, came out last week. What if diamond handing our Feb 18 bags was the catalyst all along? I mean, it could be. They're continuing to have a hard time shorting today. It's creating quite an interesting amount of volatility. I mean, they borrowed 430,000 shares this morning. There were 600,000 available where we could see. I hope your weekend was good, and I hope you got more than 4 hours of sleep one of the nights. Saturday I did. Or Friday? I guess Friday night. I was silly drunk. Why'd you go back to regular candles? Because I'm trading a bunch of different shit. Maybe it's not dropping on this. Interestingly. Did I buy snap calls? Long time listener, first time caller. Been trying to figure out what's going on with the OI and those 950p. What are the chances they were used as reset transactions for FTDs? None. Puts aren't exercisable. First of all, it would be the counterparty, and the counterparty, like you would need the matching call in order to do that, and it's backwards. You buy an out of the money put and an in the money call, exercise it, and then use that to use those 100 shares to exercise the out of the money put. So that's not how married put calls work. Additionally, nobody's spending $85,000 to settle, or margining $85,000 to settle FTDs on GME at $100. Have you freed bipolar pair? So he's not banned. He's not banned at all. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I think some people might be getting like spam things from YouTube, and I don't have any control over that. Rest calls are green. I don't know when to sell though. Ooh, big short. I don't know. I don't really have a price target for Express. They were $8 a call. I kind of don't give a shit what happens to them. We're witnessing a new episode of the saga, illegal compounding, delay, and settlement. I'm not sure. I suspect they may have intentionally reg shared GameStop last year for the same effect in January. Hello, I'm new to your channel, loving the content. I was wondering what would happen if retail only got options with the full intention of exercising the option. The problem with getting options only with the full intent of exercising them is it's very, very expensive. If that were the case, though, it would create a massive demand on real shares, which really don't exist to any great extent. So, yeah, big ups, most likely. We know that they don't hedge appropriately, and so it would create massive losses on the market maker side as they scramble to satisfy those exercises. What do you think GameStop dumping $30 million with the IMX? You got for the partnership? I mean, if the price of the shit you own goes up, sell it, right? I don't know. Is there any proof to that claim? And what happened on IMX to me looked like a classic news-based pump and dump. Institutions started accumulating when the news came out. Retail started buying in. Institutions pumped a little, let FOMO peak, and then sold into the buy pressure. Can you elaborate on the 0 DTE SPY call? Oh, I think the SPY will go up. Oh, they're already up. Look at it go. What? What is this? Is this from you? Shids and farts? Did you write this? This is amazing. I don't even care about the stock market right now. Hold on. What the fuck did you say about weeklies, you little bitch? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in Wall Street Bets tournaments. I've been involved in numerous gamma squeezes on GME, and I have over 300 confirmed dollars. I'm trained a degenerate TA. I'm the top trader in the entire Discord. You're nothing to me but just another target. I'll wipe your CCs the fuck out with VUP, the likes of which you have never seen before in this market. Mark my fucking words. You think you can get away with internalizing that shit through the dark pools? Think again, fucker. As we speak, I am contacting my secret network of Dans behind every dumpster at a Wendy's, and your GEX is being calculated right now, so you better prepare for this storm, maggot. The storm that wipes out the pathetic little theta left in what you call a wheel. You're fucking poor, kid. I can be anywhere, anytime, and I can squeeze you in over 700 ways. And that's just with my 0 DTEs. Not only am I extensively trained in entropy swaps, but I have access to the entire arsenal of the Bregs, and I will use it to its full extent to wipe your miserable sell wall off the face of the order book, you little shit. If only you could have known what unholy retribution your little clever gamma ramp dodge was about to bring down upon you. Maybe you would have held your fucking shorts, but you couldn't, you didn't, and now you're paying the price, you goddamn idiot. I will print tendies all over you, and you will drown in it. You're fucking broke, Kenny. Shids and fards. Beautiful, beautiful poetry. Yeah, 741 karma. I know. Demonetized. Interestingly, no. Confirmed dollars. What a whale. This is the kind of shit posting I do this for. I mean, if I were GameStop, I would absolutely have dumped all my IMX right when it pumped. I would have dumped it all and then bought back after they dilute it. It's only got 11% of its available, whatever they call that. Yeah, there's no proof it was GameStop, but if they did, I'd be proud of them. Supply, thank you. No, it's not float, it's supply. That's not equities. If they delay the FTDs, when those FTDs be due, it'd be additional T plus 13 from the C35. They can't sell the IMX. It's for distribution to people who use the platform. Oh well. Where did you find that only 11% of the supply has been distributed for IMX? It was in the AMA, wasn't it? He spoke about it. New to watching Shift Search, is that a normal amount of calls? I'll take a look. Second. I gotta update Reddit too. No, it's a little excessive. I would say that's unusually high for the first 15 minutes of market open. This is interesting. Is it just me, or has there been a significant increase in GameStop's bid-ask spread in the last, like, 3 days? And volatility. Like, we're just gapping a lot more, aren't we? Good entry for Baba. It's cheap. I mean, historically, it's very low. Although I wouldn't say that this morning's gap down is a indicator of bullish momentum. I guess if you want to be long Baba, it's a cheap price. Okay, Express is ripping. How did I make money off these shit calls? Hold on. Oh, it's going to the moon. I'm up so many dollars. What's happening with the SPY? Checking it stabilize or what? DDS volume? 4,000? This is 483 shares traded. Is Express in the GME basket? Yeah. I said that in a chat a few days ago. The candles are weird. They're jumpy. Yeah, they really are. It's very odd. I am bullish on this week, Popcorn Trader. Well, the bid-ask spread on GME is on average wider, which would indicate that liquidity has dried up additionally. Maybe an institutional buy-in. I'm pretty bullish for today and tomorrow, Mohammed. Tesla dead. Maybe. It kind of broke out. It could create like a. It could have some upside here. A little bear wedge, bear pennant. Congrats, Uncharged. What can one take from the posts saying that GameStop selling IMX tokens is a bad thing? I don't know one way or the other. I don't think it's bad. If they did, which I don't think they can. Bid ask spread currently is 33 cents. Farmer Judd. Got some, maybe some stuff to fill down at 101. The new rule doesn't force retail orders onto the lit exchange. It forces them to be marked so the NYSE can collect fees on them. RC's been allowed to buy his shares this whole time. Does potential staggered covering of FTDs due to threshold of XRT signify that we could see price improvement past the 8th? Thus make it harder for them to tank us going into the OPEX. It could, depending on the XRT's particular FTD flow. But I'd imagine we'd just stay kind of flat if they were capable of breaking it up. What do you like snap this week? I was just a YOLO. See what happens. What do you consider a wide versus narrow bid ask spread? Well, you can go look at like AMD or let's look at AMC. AMC has a massive float. AMC's bid ask spread is between a penny and 2 cents. That's standard for most stocks. If you look at the SPY, it's about 1 to 3 cents. Tesla's a little gappier. Tesla fluctuates a lot. Amazon's like about $1. Would you dare to put GME on the threshold list again if the FTD walls are closing in? I mean, now that they're borrowing, right, from the day that our borrow rate started going up and they started holding overnight shorts from the lenders again, there's a pretty good chance that we can see, we'll start to see FTDs picking up on GameStop itself in the future. Afon, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we gon' end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Hmm. So about 200, 500C for July. Genius. Yeah, that's common for DDS to look that way. I think we're gonna fill this gap. Is it you, or do you have an editor that hasn't activated Windows? He probably hasn't activated Windows. It's not me. Let's have three gaps reaching from 99.16 to 99.93 from the last trading day. Are these relevant? Probably not anymore. I mean, they're above delta neutral, which we could theoretically hit again. Edgy crypto pump and dump in progress. Ooh. Holy shit. This is fantastic. Thoughts of the CEO of ComputerShare leaving to become CEO of MT Bank. Largest shareholder of MTB Bank is Citadel. Huh. That. I think this dip is a good time to get some express, or do you think it's had its fun for the week? I don't know. It could bounce on VWAP. What's XRT doing? I think that's more important to track. XRT's still looking pretty good. A little bit of consolidation. You can't DRS and ETF shares. IBKR bar rate up to 2.5%. Awesome. What did you think in general of the airplane tracker of Kenny's movements? It's some of the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. To balance out my lack of patience, I just added some 110 weeklies to my 110 leaps. What happens when we hit gamma maximum? It can act as sort of a ceiling. .09% quest trade fidelity bar rate. Yeah, I know the fidelity rate's up. The sound you're referring to is my phone. I'm not even checking that, Victor. What's our spicy level for today? Above 107. 107's max pin. I'd like to see us break 116. What do you think MOASS actually starts? 1K, 10K, 100K? I think if we cross 10K, that would almost be a guarantee of the possibilities that we think. But 1K is very dangerous. I mean, I don't think many of them could survive a run to that price. If they retro GM in order to avoid having to cover for another 13 to 18 days, won't it also bring about a shit ton of FOMO? Yes. They do not want to reg show GME. But if they're washing their FTDs through, like their GME FTDs through ETFs, then they don't care so much about thresholding the ETFs, right? You can't really short squeeze an ETF. They squeeze, but not in the same sense, right? Because of their uncapped float. If they rig showed XRT intentionally, that delays FTD's 18 days. Does that line up with the FTD due date with GEX exposure making issues worse? And it can make issues worse through that window, but it's very possible their issues would have been far worse with XRT FTDs on top of the FTDs they've already had to cover through this period. Ooh, there we go. SPY doing ups again. Snap doing. There's. Fuck. Would it require collusion to manage FTDs to the level of actively preventing reg showing GME? Not if basically one position is accountable for all of the FTDs on GameStop. I mean, GameStop has to fail quite a bit every day for it to get on reg show. How much is it? It's... Hold on, let me do the math. 7.6.35. Zero, 0.005. 0.005. $381,750 fails a day for GME to get on reg show. Haha, a user. How's Sears doing? Who cares? They're dead. They died a long time ago. Like 350K a day or something. Yeah, it's 381,750 a day for 5 days. Yeah, I think we filled the gaps. $1.8 million in June calls and raising. Bullish? No. Yes. Very. So this is mostly what I suspect those sold puts were for, is to generate credit from a delta sensitive position. So those puts are delta sensitive. They're 9. Hold on. They're Jan 23, 950 and 900, and June 680s. These are short puts sold. And the point of doing this is to generate the maximum amount of delta sensitive credit possible. So if the price increases, so does the value of this position. This is a bullish bet. And so by doing that, you know, they get several $1 million. Credit, and then they can dump that credit into calls. And this is sort of what occurred last January when market makers were buying puts, right? They're buying them from the sellers, but then also going long calls. And this is unusual. Usually market makers sell calls, right? They sell theta. Do I think RC will buy his? It's not 6 million. It's like 5.6. But no. It's selling a covered call with less steps. No. Sorry if I missed the thoughts on why you're anticipating movement up today. GameStop has reached historic levels of low entropy. The spring, if it were, is about as tightly wound as it can be right now. So there's not much else we can do. Is common knowledge the limit of internalization, or is it just a secret of the rabbit hole? I mean, no financial system is infinite, right? If that's what you're asking. By dropping the price to the levels they have, it creates buy pressure. The longer it remains at these levels, the more buy pressure increases. This is, you know, if you check out Wyckoff, this period is often known as accumulation. Because this is a very attractive price point to enter the stock at, right? And eventually that buy pressure over time will exceed their ability to internalize it. Oh, it's complicated. Why is it an attractive price? Because it's cheaper than it's been all year. Not only is retail buying more now, the institutions are buying more as well. The fucking insiders have their shares at 223. This is a great price. On the SPY is a 450 resistance, a historical resistance, or just psychological? It's both. Got here to the daily. We've had a lot of resistance in the like support and resistance in the 450 range since back in September. It acted as support again here in December and a little bit here in late December as well. It didn't really act as support on our fall early this month, but it's acting as a resistance support right now. So yeah, it's got some historical precedent. In addition, it is a psychological level, like a big one. Selling an in the money put is not the same as a covered call at all. First of all, one's secured with cash, the other's secured with shares. It's actually the inverse of buying an in the money put. I've got a better average now than Matt Furlong. A scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that it's not the real Roaring Kitty commenting on your streams? Unsure. Probably not. Yeah, we don't know why. The free float decreased and then increased back to where it was again. I'm not sure what happened. We thought they'd done a share buyback when it decreased, but then when it came back, we just don't know. NYSE threshold securities list didn't update today. It doesn't update till market close. Entropy is up 14% over the past 2 months. Previous runs saw entropy at well below 3%. Thanks, Aaron. How long can they sustain asymmetric risk as shown in the dicks? Until they can't. Just because it's cheaper now doesn't mean it's attractive. I mean, it is. Not only do block orders show that it is, but so does options chain interest that is very obviously not fucking retail. I found it interesting that Reddit suggests our anti-work on SS has been seeing a handful of posts on SS similar to that subreddit. Now, I don't know. All right, fine, Roaring Kitty. Do you know when last gen these high strike puts were also sold? Yeah, it was about 2 days before the run up. According to the SEC report, the big part of the call action started occurring on January 21st. But in reality, I think it started much earlier. We're going back now and analyzing the data from previous run-ups to see when and if this position was repeated and how. Is BKKT also in the ETF baskets? I'm not sure. It might be. Maybe not. No, I don't think so. If they extend the FTD cycle, do you think the March 18th calls are still safe to roll around Feb 18? I mean, yeah, but I'm going to wait until after OPEX before I roll my March 18s. Would you hypothesize that they make their exposure to price increase very quickly and violently straight up? An instant rug pull to minimize retail capturing the opportunity, or is this too risky for short hedge funds? That's kind of exactly what I think they do. Rentec wants their attendees. Could be it. If the seller of these puts is essentially force the MM. Oh, also, what's that fucking holdings company that has all the shorts on GameStop? They've been buying puts like crazy. Fucking some management group. I can't remember the name of it. OPEX is on the 18th. But the gamma exposure from it occurs out in the following week, so T+2 from then. Simplex, that's the one. Check Discord. What you got? Correlated Q. 5-minute correlation with XRT is interesting. Whoa. Entropy peaks so fucking high before the VW squeeze. On January 6, 2022, there's a spike on put side with a total delta of 1.6 billion shares. Wait, hold on, what? With a B? On Jan 6th. That's the night that we ran to 170 after hours. Was that after hours hedging? Disappears the next day like it never existed. Fuckers had 0 DTEs. Wow, 1 DTEs, right? Wasn't the 6th the Thursday? Yeah, it was. That's fucking insane. Yeah, that's the day before XRT went on the threshold list. That night, technically, well, the following market open, XRT was officially on the threshold list. Oh, they were sold. The OI increased this morning when the CBOE opened back up. They were definitely sold. Fuck. $8.5 million worth of credit just for the 950s. Run the stock, exercise for the underlying, pay XRT FTDs. Yeah, okay, but first of all, they can't exercise. So there's some problems with that. They can't exercise those contracts in after hours. Options market's closed. After 4:15, they can't do shit. Hold on, I'm still trying to figure this out. So, yeah, I think it was MM's hedging it. Exercise them the next day to clear out the FTDs before, because wouldn't that pull the FTD from XRT back onto the options chain, giving them T plus 2 plus 35 from the 7th, right? Hello, fellow investor. This is you. This you should invest me. I leave puts good. Thank you. Thank you. If you invest me, I'm calls. What taxes? They'll be lower, son. The puts calls for me is right thing to do for GME, so do. Thank you, Dr. Shids and Fards. Another enlightening comment. Yeah, the volume on the 6 is pretty unremarkable. Yeah, maybe we should make sure that it's not an error with the algo. Could it just be like the program, JFresh? Because that seems fucking insane, and they definitely didn't hedge 1.5 billion shares. T plus 2 plus 35 from the 7th Rocky Trader, which would be band 7, 2 bars, 35 calendar days. That would be the 14th. It's the 14th. Fee at 2.5%, up 0.3. Yeah, we know. That's brought up earlier. What about Entropy? What does Entropy look like for the 6th, Dork? Forcing MMs to dump the Entropy, buying puts. Fucking scaling. Where's that spike? Can't even see on there. We used Boom Pro indicator on TradingView. No. Posted. I can't. Is it... Oh, okay. Oh, shit. So massive overnight spike in Entropy? Or drop, massive overnight drop in Entropy? But it was recovered by the next Monday. And it was back to its trend. Show us the quant data. No spike in OI. Okay, so nothing sold. That would imply that they were either sold and exercised immediately. Did they need the market maker to buy 890,000 shares? Look at volume. I would just look at volume. Volume's not showing a difference either. That's gotta be an exercise of some sort. Fuck, how do we go back and look at the flow from that day? Maybe Turd might have it. Short hedge fund buy a shitload of 1 DTEs, MM Delta hedge, short hedge fund to exercise. They can now keep GME off threshold. Yeah. I mean, if they started washing GME FTDs through XRT back in October, then, you know, the GME specific FTDs shouldn't have been very high by then. January 6th, total put delta 1.6 billion shares. What the fuck? What about controlling the upward movement from getting out of hand? Entropy stabilization is a very unstable process, I think. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's very effective. I mean, you just can't fight that exponential curve. Like, entropy is always going to try to find mean, right? I wonder if it was to pay off the futures in the R2K ETFs. That would make sense. That amount of exposure, at least. That's an unreal number of shares, but that's still going to come due. B, yeah, billion. Yeah, do 35 days later. I mean, yeah, it kicks the can, but not in an effective way. So what did they so hold on. Do you think this isn't an effort? Let me look at something here. This is just like, we should have just discussed this in the quant call last night, by the way, instead of when I'm doing this. Jan 6th is when we expected. So Jan 6th was T plus 2 from our first big ETF FTD date. So it makes sense if they were clearing the fails that they're avoiding that T plus 2, that final T plus 2 they had left on those ETF FTDs. Jan 10th was the day we were supposed to begin like last year's run, right? So if what JFresh is saying is true, then they've moved the January run in its entirety out to Feb 14th. At the end of our Feb 14th is our final ETF FTD date. There's no fucking way. I think he's looking at the whole chain, turd. Hold on, don't do anything. We're still figuring, this could be bad data. There could be all kinds of shit. Relax. Stream. Happy Valentine's Day, Kenny. Too late. Sold my house for weeklies. God damn it. All right, just let me know what happens with this, because this is ridiculous. Ooh, thank you, Butter Peanut. Oh shit, I forgot I have options. See, you guys fucking distract me. My spy gains are gone. Oh, that's okay. No fucking way. I mean, this whole last 2 months of price action has been in an effort to get people to sell. Brexentine's Day Massacre. We're looking into the possibility that they bundled up FTDs into put delta and kicked it out before the XRT threshold began. That would just mean that I feel like that's the primes trapping them into trapping them into forced lending. When did the borrow rates start to go up? Was it the next week? That's so many fucking shares, though. %6 entropy drop. Looking for other overnight drops. Yeah, please. Let me know. I'd imagine, Dork, January? I'll try to make this easy on you. Pre-gen run up, look for an overnight entropy drop. I think on the 12th, 13th. No, it doesn't explain the puts being sold. I mean, it could if they're trying to. So it's possible that the sold puts that we see are entries into entropy swaps. And what an entropy swap would do is essentially protect them from upside movement while making their volatility position neutral. Another interesting thing about those 950s is they're not super influenced by any of the Greeks besides Delta. I don't care about CRNC, Victor. Stop asking me. I'm not going to answer you. I'm not going to look at it. I don't even know what it is. You can't find anything like it. What were our other overnight runs? Feb 24th, around there? Aaron? Who would the entropy swap counterparty be, though? Someone who wants to be short gamma? And exposed to volatility? Or gamma neutral and exposed to volatility? So likely someone who's long variance? Feb 24th was also a big overnight drop in entropy. Interesting. So we should have run like a motherfucker on the 6th. Or on the 7th. But January 13th, nothing? January 13th, 21? Dork? Do we have the short volume for the 6th? Yeah, I can grab it right now. 1 second. They packed the chain on the 5th? Uh, 50.26%. But the 7th, the 7th was also 50%. Not very high. Hard to suss out the overnight change. It just looks like a continuation. Oh. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it kind of just looks like it. Maybe earlier, maybe December, Dork, December. Fuck was it? Shit, I have to go look. Hold on. God, fuck out of my way. December 21st, 22nd? Dork? Moana tomorrow. Time to squeeze. Lady VWAPS. Vops. Riku. Thank you, the Dillist. I appreciate it, man. Man, it feels good to be a pigeon whale. I couldn't imagine what being a lowly poor would feel like. Fuck that. Riku, good sirs. This message was brought to you by Pigeon Whale Gang. Thank you, Jeff the Privileged. The Dillist and Jeff are getting a Pigeon Whale song. Also want to make fun of Moonwind.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale.
GME bar rate started increasing on January 6th. Here's the graph. Ooh. Thank you, Tupac. Look at that shit.
I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Lumen, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop
My bullish sentiment has increased exponentially.
Hey, seriously, guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
So the short utilization just takes off after XRT gets thresholded. So it looks like they dropped the at the money IV pretty hard just on Jan 7th. But posting shit like this, my desk just flipped over. Now I need to go get new pants since they ripped. Can't hide from me, Kenny. We're gonna figure out all your tricks. Ugh. So here's a fun thing to look at. Oh god, JFresh, get that the fuck out of here. It's January. After January 6th, GameStop's cost to borrow just takes off. I'd imagine, do you have utilization also, Tupac? I don't like Ortex, but the cost to borrow is accurate. We have more autism than Kenny has quants. Bob posted in Discord. Bob, can you send it to me? Jan 6, 22. OG rules. Apparently 6-7 million ETF FTDs in period Jan 2 to 14. Is this significant? Yes, but it's probably just the price action we're realizing. Saw a small kink. Okay, but nothing spectacular. Yeah, I mean, that would have been right. That was before Cohen's announcement, I think. But remember when we looked at Cohen's buy-ins on the entropy scale last night over that period of time? Blue is Jan 5th, red is Jan 6th. Interesting. I don't know what this fucking means at all, JFresh. You don't even have the axes labeled. Short utilization. Short utilization just takes off on December 6th. Spikes again on Jan 3rd. And has just stayed elevated till now, continuing up. What the fuck happened on December 3rd? December 3rd. December 3rd was T+2 before the roll. Futures roll. Next 2 days we were up into the roll date and then back down after. You missed a lot of juicy shit. Fuck me in the pants. Does anybody understand anything I'm talking about? Sorry. I'll try to clarify if you guys have some questions. I get a bit caught up in this stuff, so. Yeah, it could mean moon soon. It could mean that they have exposure to an obscene amount of shares. That would be far higher than any expectations I would have had. Dork, was there any effect on the, like, that smoothed volatility you have? You show us where the puts touched you on my VWAP. Huh. As long as it's bullish, you don't need to explain much. That's not true. Are puts touch same like shares? No, it's far more rough. That would be an embarrassing walk. What's the gist of what you're looking at? I'm still trying to figure it out, but it looks like we should have flipped our price trajectory on January 7th, but and started to realize consistent FTD movement up through the cycle. Switching from gamma to delta hedging at that time. That's possible. That's where we see the flip to protect the upside. But why are we still down then? Like, they have to have watched the FTDs. So it looks like, 1.6 billion shares in put delta. So negative delta. Were accumulated on January 5th and 6th. And then, I guess, exercised. Creating our January 6th after hours run up the night before XRT was reg showed. Which would indicate that they took a large number of FTDs, satisfied them by exercising puts, and are now exposed to that delta in T plus 2 plus 35, which would be Feb 14th. Entropy swaps could potentially be hedged with 950 puts. Yeah, I'll clip it. The fuck, is Express still running? It is. It's very odd. What's XRT doing? It's nothing. Hmm. consolidating, it looks like. Ascending wedge. There. Better. Port line. Oh, okay, that makes sense from the gap. I would expect this to test there, though. Bell and bounce. Let's see. $500% increase in volatility overnight. Jesus Christ. So maybe like, maybe pump. Maybe this kills like a lot of birds with one stone, right? Pump long volatility positions. While simultaneously opening up short entropy position? Or wait, long entropy position? And then kicking the FTDs to a point in time where that entropy position is in effect. Does that make sense, Dork? Because then you're able to shed that long volatility position, right, on that massive IV spike. Makes sense if they can enter and exit these swaps like that. I mean, as long as they have a counterparty, but like if they pump the volatility position, it looks a lot more attractive, right? Because entropy is going to shoot down in the overnight run, making that entropy position look more attractive, and then they're protected from the upside move 35 days later. Motherfuckers. Oh no, because the obligation shifts off the market maker instantly, F. Or to the market maker. So they leave the market maker holding the bags. Hmm. Can you try to summarize? From what we expect they did during the whole December, and expected runs in Jan push further out, shouldn't we have seen the effects of that by now? Guess pump and dump the whole market? No. We have seen, I think they've split the effects by thresholding XRT. So we're seeing the effects but diluted. So instead of seeing like a big run on the January 25th futures FTDs, we saw a run, but it wasn't nearly as big as would have been expected, right? And so they dilute the FTDs and spread them out over more time in order to reduce the upside volatility. Okay, yeah, I'll try to summarize it. So you're short You want to be short volatility, right? Or you are short volatility. You have your short hedge fund number one, or market maker, whatever, it doesn't matter. You want to be long entropy because you know that the price is going to go up in the future, right? And short volatility positions, you know, because volatility will increase if the price goes up, leave you exposed to delta. And so you want your delta position covered. And so you want to enter this long entropy position. But the problem is you have a shitload of FTDs due. And your primary source for washing FTDs is about to be thresholded. And so you buy and exercise massive amounts of negative delta puts. And what this does is it forces the market maker to hedge these exercises, right, in after hours. And when the market maker does that, that's going to drive up volatility. So overnight, you take a hit to your short volatility position, but it also drives down entropy. And so what you do is this allows you to sell a long volatility position to a counterparty because volatility is up, and buy a short entropy position. Then the next day, when the price normalizes again, these FTDs are satisfied for another 35 days. T plus 2 plus 35 days. You've entered an entropy position either right then or after, right? Because now entropy has been dropped significantly. And you are covered on the sale of your volatility position to a counterparty. And so now moving forward, you are protected from upside movement. And you are neutral to increases in volatility. And here's where it gets wonky, though. I don't think they've been able to enter that entropy position until just now, which would maybe be what those 950, 900, and 600 sold puts are. Which means they've had to keep the price down and internalize until they could find a counterparty. For the swap. Jesus Christ. Okay, don't look at that. It just makes me look insane. I clipped it. Mostly for my own, so I can remember it. $45,000 shares returned to IBCare. Cool. They internalized just to get into a position to make a profit off the explosiveness of the run. Also to protect their longer short volatility position, Carl. So if we're right, and these entropy swaps are being used, they're being used to... So every quarter, they end up with a bunch of big fucking bags, right? Through all of this synthetic price suppression. And so what we're likely seeing with these entropy swaps is when the price runs, they're hedging the upward movement with an entropy swap so that they can profit off of this while maintaining the short volatility position they want. And so they would be entering them, you know, in Feb, in January, in the June run, August, November. November is weird. And it's because it looks like they entered the entropy swap early, but that's why they would do it. Well, we may still see FTDs cleared out this week, but probably not from XRT, right? I mean, if there's, is it good or bad? I mean, if there's 1.6 billion shares worth of fucking negative delta exposure on sitting on some market maker's books right now, I'd say that's pretty fucking good. Remember the weighted by the function W times X equals 1 plus X divided 1 minus X. Wasn't... Fuck that, I'll just keep being poor. You don't like complex derivatives, Dr. Dan? No. Delta neutral is at, one sec, let me check for today. $96.61 for delta neutral. So yeah, right where it was. SPY still dropping? Nope. Just chopping a bunch. That seems staggering, like 22x the float staggering, like more, like the most optimistic super stonk estimates. I think you might find that it's relatively close to the volume traded last January. 1.2. If you count December and Feb, about 2.2 billion volume. This is all absolute nonsense. They clearly went on record saying they'd closed their short position. There's no way they can cover that many shares in one day. So what's their game plan? 1.8. Sorry. $1.6 billion shares, not dollars. Well, right now at our current price, that'd be about $160 billion. No, I'm not going to sell. Even if we're at the same price in a year. How can they exercise all of those puts without them printing to the exchange? I mean, you may just not see the OI because the puts were opened and exercised before close of market. Aaron. Did Sequoia have a short position on GME? I'm not sure. 1 point, I mean, no one has that kind of leverage though. You're talking like 100 to 1 leverage. I know Citadel received $1.8 billion. This is a lot of 1.6s and 8s. I hope you become a billionaire and never stop buying cheap express calls. Keep to your roots, you filthy animal. Carl, these cheap express calls are up 50%. I should have bought thousands of them. What informational confirmation do you need to make this discovery conclusive? The opening and closing dates of entropy swaps would be fantastic. If this is true, we'd start to realize price action somewhere around the 14th. That's T plus 2 plus 35 from the 7th. Or in advance of that. Fuck. Well, if you're short a stock, it's good to be short volatility, right? If you're slamming a stock into the ground, it's beneficial to be short volatility as well. Because you're driving interest away from it, right? But if that stock is going to suddenly and rapidly move up, you don't want there to be risk to this position. And so you would hedge it, right? You would hedge the upside move. So grab weeklies next week. I don't know. If this is true, wouldn't that mean we theoretically see price action that would rival last January? Feels like a bigly morning. Potentially. I don't know. We've got to definitely do a lot more digging into this. This is big if true, but the true part needs to be thoroughly vetted. Entropy swaps profit from increase in the underlying price ultimately. They profit from increase in yeah, the price, but not the volatility. What do you expect for the 14th and OPEX? I don't know yet. I mean, OPEX, I just expect, you know, the standard amount of obligations to be due. But with this information, it could potentially be much bigger than just that. Oof. I think we're just coming down with the market. Fill that gap and then bounce? Maybe. Where's delta neutral on the SPY today? 450.82. Did we drop below it? Expect us to bounce back up to it. Better RSI for Tesla to watch today, 6 or 14? The next point of like real resistance is down at like 898 windmill. Yeah, this is just gonna come, this is gonna come all the way back down. If it breaks through that, it could come down to the old trend, even down somewhere in this like 850 range. I don't know actually where that is. I should probably something like that. I think the market will turn around soon though, and Tesla could turn around with it. So watch this low EMA bounce. See if it holds. But this could be the low for now. Are you long side? Just look at the 15. It's approaching oversold on the 15. So it could be nearing a bounce, but it could slip a little further. On this time scale, like maybe down to 903. We're still kind of consolidating, just at a wider range. The GMECs, what's the highest percent gains you've seen on a call or a put? like 150x. So basically an option without extrinsic value. E.g. reverse of an out of the money call or something. Yeah, essentially. It's not necessarily good for us though if they've already hedged a potential run up, right? Yes, Oni Addict. Doesn't that sound almost financially apocalyptic? I mean, no, GameStop traded around 2 billion shares last year. I'll let you know, Carl. Also, in this case, wouldn't a market crash be the best way for them to push it out further? Plus, they could enter and climb back up with everything as well. Or am I missing something? No, you're correct. What are the market mechanics behind that gap filling in general? I don't understand why the market tries to fill gaps. Market makers try to fill gaps. Because they want to profit off of arbitrage. Will they be able to repeat and push those 1.8 billion shares further out in time again? I mean, if they've successfully entered their entropy swap, why would they? They would just cover. Because they're protected, right? They wouldn't bother trying to push it out again. That would be a waste of a perfectly good entropy swap. Thank you, Webslinga, by the way. Assuming entropy swap idea is valid, what would it take for these institutions to be forced to close their initial short position? A break of the upper threshold on price? FOMO? Volatility? Large delta positions? Options? The only leverage retail has access to great enough to counterbalance these opposing forces. This looks like a bear trap. Careful, Willie. Watch very closely. Hmm. July 60 put, keep on coming at 2 million now. Some kind of Hail Mary for bears. Those are sold, dude. No one's buying $60 puts right now. Who would agree to be the counterparty? Some poor unsuspecting smuck, PPT perhaps. The person with the opposite position. Somebody long variance would want to be the counterparty because they hedge their position by being counterparty to that one. Short hedge fund circle jerk, guys. I've told you about this many times in the past. All of the price action that you see occur on GameStop is from the options chain and short positions managing their position. Of the price action you see every day, even if all of retail orders printed to the market, it would only represent about 1% of our daily volume. Can GameStop create an entropy swap NFT crypto blockchain demand zone dividend to counter this? Preferably released during an intraday cup and handle. Does this explain why Citadel sold off part of their business for the capital to pull this off? That's possible. Did you say before that if they entered into an entropy swap that the run could be capped? Yeah, it could be. Variance swaps are still there. Entropy swaps are just a way to hedge them. Maybe Melvin went and opened up a little long fund that can be counterparty to this swap. In and out of that in a blink. Gonna step away and let it get more clear. Yeah, smart move. The whole fucking market just stopped trading? Oh, I'm on the 15-minute time scale. Inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute. Tesla might just continue breaking down though. I mean, they smuggled 4 billion into the Caymans. I wouldn't say they're broke. Yeah, hedging benda. So the reason when you see volume like that, it's because of options hedging. Wouldn't that upper threshold likely be close to the 950 sold put price? Yeah. You gotta go back and watch it, man. It's too much for me to explain again. I don't know. It's compelling because it ties a lot of shit together, but we don't know if it's fully true yet, right? Stop the market. I'm gonna get off. Yeah, I know Melvin has a long only fund. I just said that. Oh, am I just like super far behind on chat? No. Price trend since November looking good. I know. Can you summarize for us what the implications are for MOASS possibilities? Now, if this is true, I mean, if it's true and true to the extent that it appears to be currently, then it would massively increase the probability of a short squeeze. But that's why it needs to be met with a clear head and diligence needs to be done. Well, I got a listening problem. All right, well, that's not my problem. That's your problem. This morning stream is fucking brilliant. You're a legend. My summation, double down on March C's. Let's fucking go. If you end up verifying, does that change your trading strategy? Yeah. ETA in the next School of Stock vid, it could be a while. It's not going to be updated quickly. I have too much other shit going on. Didn't I say Melvin? Melvin opened the long only fund and offshored $4 billion. Well, that's why you buy that's why you hedge with super far dated in the money puts character name, because they're essentially like, they don't really lose any theta value. Yeah, then you let it rip. So you don't want to read my super chat. I'm sorry. What'd you say? Can it be the reason why the SEC is now looking for swap reports? Like, SEC didn't like when Kenny is dodging reg show? That's possible. I mean, we are seeing an unusual number of rules changes. And all of them are effective immediately or in the short term. Stop the market. I want to get off. Sorry about that, Ryan. Steven Salazar, sorry for missing that, man. Thank you for becoming a Long Johnson, dude. Poached eggs or sunny side up eggs for breakfast? I don't care what you eat for breakfast, Carl. That's not necessarily true. Just because they've set an upside limit and in the 600 to 900s doesn't mean that that is the upside limit. I watched like part of the AMA with IMX. If it's all true, MOASS wouldn't actually be MOASS, right? No, that's not correct. Do you explain why they would try to cap the price? Because they're very cash rich at the peak, right? Because of their swap. And so they can short back down heavily. Interesting. Why so many gaps? Illiquid. Yeah, it would, because the market makers would be hedging that negative delta in after hours, Stefan. It's not necessarily a new theory. It's just something that came up in the data and we need to dig deeper into it. Would an effective entropy swap be their short 900 950s plus some long calls via that credit? Or would that be long enough to cover the initial short position? Possible. Would be wasting too much on theta for at the money calls. I mean, if you intend to exercise them, that's not a terrible bet, AM. But if you're not intending to exercise them, then yeah, it's a lot of theta to pay for not very much movement. So you're saying they may have kicked the can on a shitload of FTDs by a month or so, and now we're looking at a potential huge surge in price on 214, followed by continued OPEX run up. Potentially, yeah. That's what it indicates. We're going to learn more about how ETFs use futures to maintain NAV. Oh, there's some academic papers on how ETFs maintain these like massive short positions. Oh, what's that guy? He's got a few good ones. The Jacob Levy Center at Wharton. UPenn has, they also have a video that covers a lot of the research they did on operational shorting their ETFs. You can find some of it there. That's probably a good place to start. I mean, you're gonna have to do some Googling to find the rest. I don't have it readily available. Well, it's multifaceted, Oni Addict. They let the price squeeze while protected from the upside move. They use the capital that they free up at the top to short the price at, you know, whatever price we end up at, say 950, which then averages up their old short position that's down at $5, right? And then if they can get the price below that average point, they can close these shorts out. See, the gamma ramp is the potential to push through the point at which they begin to try to short. Well, if they can't find anybody to take the other side of their position, then that is the end, right? Like that's what happened in 2008 when they started downgrading all that debt and they couldn't find counterparties to their CDOs anymore. And so they failed. And so this is, it could be like similar in that regard. And they can't, if they can't actively find a counterparty to these positions, either due to illiquidity in the spot market or you know, nobody wanting to carry their fucking bags, then they're fucked. Is there going to be an SEC meeting about meme stocks? Some sort of announcement about meme stocks this week. Looks like the data in the CSE or on the 14th. Wait, hold on. No, this week, right? When? Looks like the data in the CSE had contained bad delta value for an option strike. We cleaned it up. Went down to 4.2 million. So decently aligned with the rest of the chain around that time. Okay, see, bad data. Bad delta was negative 192,784 and should have been negative 0.4. Well, that sucks. Well, that's still 4.2 million shares. Definitely not as much. How do you guys get my tits jacked like this? It feels intentional. Interesting that it was bad. Where does bad data come from? Thinkorswim? It's still massive and very near the amount of FTDs do XRT. Yep, we just went from 1.8 billion to 4.2 million. That's why I said it needs to be vetted. Welcome to the emotional roller coaster inside the quant team. My chart above shows delta OI, delta for calls puts along with daily price. Where does Market Chameleon get data? Do we have a third source for historical data? I mean, 4.2 million is way more in line with expectations. Not a false alarm. I mean, it's still, the play's still there. It's just at a much lower share value. Share quantity. Just a bad outlier. Okay. My quant team invitation must have gotten lost in the mail. I would never invite you to the quant team, man. Way to fuck it up, Jay Fresh. Shitty breakouts. Apple does not want to hit a low. New subscriber here. What's your brackets for GME? What do you mean? Maybe don't mention this stuff. It only takes 10 minutes to be shown to be completely false. I mean, it's still true, just to a much smaller degree. Daily volume, call shares, delta volume, plus put shares, delta. What to see hedging deficit? Yeah, makes sense. It's not that the price is capped at 950. What do you expect for the coming 2 weeks in terms of price action? The only thing I expect is OPEX. And there's possibly a bunch of FTDs that'll come in on the 14th and today and tomorrow's FTDs, but these seem to be fairly minimal, if not non-existent. The theory around long short variance and entropy swaps hasn't changed. No. It's not that the price is capped at 950. That's just the upper limit of the call chain. Little Noctua. Yeah, the short variance, long entropy. Stands. That we expect they're doing anyway. The rolling forward of FTDs from XRT reg show looks to be about 4.2 million input delta. The play's still the same though, spiking the IV in order to sell off short volatility positions. The idea is it protects them from running it, Bob. Thanks for investigating and thinking it through. I don't mind open theorizing and brainstorming, as such can be contagious and lead to great discoveries. Yeah. I mean, everything else is still what we suspect them doing. The variance swaps have, or the entropy swaps positions or possible entries into them are still in line with price action that we've seen in the past. Does the 4.2 million delta give us an idea of the percent of XRT FTDs that are GME? Yeah, it would mean 4.2 million. What happens to entropy swaps if there's little to no price movement? They would lose value. They're a depreciating asset. Thank you, Sir Gherkin, for exposing cheaters and crime. Hold buy options plays and will not sell. Lunch on me today. Thank you so much, Sika Star. I appreciate that, dude. This calls for a Moonwind timeout. Do what you gotta do, Carl. Sorry, I thought I misheard you said they could get out of their short positions. Yeah. Of course they can. We'll have to see how it plays out, Alex. Thanks, Danimals. Awesome turd. Are we 100% on the 4.2 million? Delta's in line now. If 800k shares made Jamie run $70, 4.2 million could be more than 280. Yeah, I could. Once ago, you said the possibility of MOASS is the highest in Jan or Feb. Since it's obvious that we won't squeeze anytime soon, do you really see GME ever squeezing again? It's not obvious that we won't squeeze anytime soon, but our probability when we're trading down here at $100 of squeezing is very low. Could they get out of their short position without us making a lot of money, like a run to 500? It's tricky. And you know, this last cycle has really, they've really, you know, compressed it as much as they feasibly can in order to dodge this exposure. If they can't get a counterparty to their swaps, they're no longer protected from the upside. And it could be that after a year of this shit, nobody wants to hold their fucking bags anymore. And they're just bleeding cash. So no, that's not accurate. It's just not, it's not so rigid as to say there's no squeeze, they can escape their shorts. It's much more dynamic than that. Yeah, that would be 4.2 million shares of pure buying. I want to make sure that the delta is correct. I suspected that 1.8 billion was off right away. Exciting, but off nonetheless. That's a lovely unicorn diary. How do we know they haven't closed their shorts? Because the fuckery continues. They don't do this much work to not stabilize a position. Like, far too much effort and money is pumped through GME for them not to have exposure. If there was nothing, the stock just wouldn't do shit. Maybe a slow climb from consistent retail buying. If they cover the 4.2 million before OPEX, they'd probably try to short it down before OPEX began, yeah. I'm confused why people are sad about this. I don't know. No. They may not have entered the entropy swap yet, Noah. So they have all this covering to do. Right? But they may not have found a counterparty for the entropy swap yet. Which is why they keep driving the price down and trying to stabilize it, because this makes it easier to enter the entropy swap. But if they don't, and they could be even hedging in advance of finding a counterparty. But if they don't find a counterparty and this blows up with no hedge, they're fucked. We don't have evidence that they've entered an entropy swap yet, because if they had, the price would already have started running. Does that make sense? If they were already hedged, they would have no reason to continue to suppress the price. No, the deep out of the money puts indicate variance swaps, replicating baskets from variance swaps. Thanks, Alex. I appreciate it. I mean, the MM shouldn't care if they're the bag holder, right? Because they should be neutral. Is there a time limit for how long they have to find a counterparty? I mean, yeah, all of this shit's coming due. They can only internalize and offset exposure for so long. They could be very slowly accumulating their positions leading up to OPEX. Yeah, it's possible. Although Friday's move was awfully big. Seems like it's sooner, right? Why throw that signal early? So just move the whole run to Feb 14th. Not necessarily the whole run, but a chunk of it. Okay, so same question. If no counterparty yet, will they be able to repeat and push those 1.8? So it's not 1.8 billion shares, it's 4.2 million. And no, if they don't have a counterparty, they're not gonna be able to do that twice. I think they may have already had to get funds to do it the first time. Also, I was just thinking about the movie we saw early in Jan. Maybe it was around the time of BlackRock buy-in on 12/31. Interesting. Is that when BlackRock bought in? Wasn't that from their like November report? Is there any way for them to avoid running the price for OPEX? So far, no. Would a tiny airport in Finland be a good place to negotiate terms with a counterparty? Jesus Christ. If they had an entropy hedge, would they run the price before a Feb 18 to try and avoid the ramp? Possibly. I mean, the ramp's stronger before Feb 18, right? So it'd probably be beneficial to let the Feb 18 part of the ramp expire and then run the price. Instead of to run the price in advance of the ramp. Not that they may not have a choice, but it's not ideal. The 1.6 billion shares is incorrect delta value in the program. We fixed it. It's still 4.2 million, which is still a lot. Definitely much more reasonable given our expectations of XRTs like 5 point something million FTDs. That would indicate about 80% of them are GME. If the quants are wrong again and the number is in the billions, oh, well, then it doesn't matter, right? Because everyone's going to be super rich and they'll totally forget about it. I don't know what I'm going to do with my March 18s now. I might just hold them. Mystic Ko-Fi, sorry. Kind of distracted right now. I mean, I just gotta say thanks again for your efforts to educate here. The amount of shithousery you face every day is unbelievable, and you still push on, going out of your way to help us. You're a good man. Thank you, Quake. I appreciate that, dude. Yes, what, Aaron? You can't just say yes in the fucking chat, and I don't know what it's in relation to. It's possible they weren't prepared for this in January, and then it's likely that they did it in every run since. Saman. We suspect that they've used entropy swaps to hedge every upside run on GameStop for the last year. How do you feel about dabbling in some 24 calls or maybe March 4ths? I'm not a huge fan. I need to write probably a fairly extensive DD on the subject, and I don't think it will be well received. There are a large number of people that are still very, like Infinity Pool, Cohen Savior Complex, DRS, and telling those people directly that, shorts don't really lose money on the runs. And that there's a potential for them to average up and cover their short position will set them off super fucking hard. I was agreeing with running the price at specific points to avoid exposure to gamma. Oh yeah, okay. I clipped it. It'll be up later. Why do you care? Post it. I don't care about upsetting people. I don't give a shit about that. I mean, I'm saying it here, right? Like anybody can clip it and share it. But it's like, I don't know. It's kind of like going to an evangelical Christian convention and being like, God's not real. You know, it's probably not going to be well received. But it's not meltdown. And that's the problem, is that, you know, while there is a negative aspect to it, it infers that they're not out of their short position also, right? So it's not actually bad. It will just be perceived negatively. There's a reason that piece of shit Rostin Benham decided not to report swaps for another 2 years. Probably also a reason the SEC is making them report them on the 14th. Wait, isn't that the day? Isn't the 14th the day that the SEC forces the reporting of swaps? Oh god, that's just too perfect if that's right. Fucking seriously? I had a vision last night playing Skyrim. It could have been the edibles, but my vision showed MOASS happened before Feb 18th expiry. The world went dark and Gherkin ascended to the gods, joining DFV, Talos, Lady VWAP, and the rest of the divines. Either way, you're an absolute legend. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. It will be received as you saying there is a time limit, and the only way to catalyze things is to take advantage of the run. That downplays DRS, and they don't like that. I'm well aware. Bring up the chart that shows the expected cycle run-ups. I guess I'm gonna throw in another boy right here. I don't even fucking can kicked FTDs or something. I don't even know what to call this one. Explain why Feb 14th, besides short positions becoming public, is big. I mean, that would be big, right? No, we think that they packed a bunch of FTDs before XRT's thresholding into exercised options, which means the market makers holding the bags for T plus 2 plus 35, which falls on Feb 14. DMD Feb 14 reporting confirmation. Thank you, Charlie Guy Manson. Quite a bit, Tammy. If it's true. What are the chances the swaps appear back in SI percentage for the period they have to report their swaps and then vanish again? Blame it on a glitch. I think that's what happens when we see the position exposed. Like back in was it December, leading into the December leap expiry, and we had that Refinitiv report. Of 113% SI. Selling in the money put is buying shares and selling a covered call. No, it's not. So what happens on Feb 14 when nothing happens? We'll find out. I'm not fully convinced of Feb 14th, but it's interesting. It makes sense. I think we had another source of that bump in SI data too. It wasn't just Refinitiv, it was somebody else. But we were also gamma squeezing down at the time, so it's possible that the 113% reported short interest was just synthetic through hedging. You say, supposedly there's some sort of announcement this week from the SEC regarding meme stocks. What's March 21st? There's nothing on March 21st. Why would anyone be the counterparty? Could you expand on the advantage or disadvantage of being the counterparty on an entropy swap like that? It's beneficial if you're long volatility. So if you don't want gamma exposure, or you want your gamma exposure to be neutral. I recall a DD in March of last year where some guy said something similar to what you're saying is how he would advise his clients to get out of this position. It wasn't well received, I'm sure. I think I've read that DD too. It's similar, different, but similar. Jimmy quarter four earnings March 21, 22, 23. I'm not sure when they're going to have them. After January, after the shareholders meeting of last year, they've held all of their shareholders meetings before the CME roll date. So like a week before quad witching. I don't know if they'll continue that for quarter four. But I would say that their earnings would be probably around March 10th. If it's on track with the previous earnings. Do you still expect mainly downward pressure from Feb 9 to 22, like you were saying in Jan? I'm hoping to shed a couple calls to that period and buy back lower, but hold enough to profit if we run. I don't think we're going to see much more down than where we're at now. Like we're pretty stabilized at like $100. There were a couple really good opportunities around 87, but it doesn't even look like we're going to see those unless there's a big slip in the market itself. No, GB holders buying shares doesn't really affect their entropy swaps. We learned that a large amount of negative delta was exercised, likely going into the aftermarket run on January 6th. Which was the XRT reg show inclusion was the following morning on the 7th. If they did this to offset FTDs or shift FTDs from XRT, then that could potentially kick these out T plus 2 plus 35, which falls on Feb 14th. Have you seen the 2,000 plus $60 puts open? Yeah, those are, I think those are sold. Or they were earlier. I'll look. Yeah, these are sold. These are being sold for July. These aren't long. Bids going up on them, but those are definitely sold. OI's going up too, which indicates that they're being sold to open. I'm just not sure why anyone would take the GME opposite side of entropy, because someone long volatility would want it, because they want to experience the heightened volatility without their position being affected by the underlying price. Yeah, Jimmy's short utilization's way up. We also found that from June 6th, when XRT was first thresholded, when it first began the threshold process till now, GME borrow rate has consistently risen, and also GME short utilization has consistently risen. That's something else to mention. Even from a basic TA standpoint, back on Jan 6th, those daily Bollingers had squeezed every other time on that. Yeah. It definitely broke the technical expectations. What do you think about the SPY for the rest of the week? Actually, I was only bullish on the SPY like today and tomorrow. The rest of the week, I kind of thought it would go down. I just expected to get a higher high today, which didn't really play out, but there's a possibility it continues a little bit of a recovery into the later part of the day. It filled, there was a big downside gap, so it filled that. It's possible that, you know, it has a little bit of room to run now, but nothing else is really looking particularly good either. So we'll see how the like afternoon trading session plays out, I guess. Jimmy is starting to recover a little bit, but very similar to all our previous days trading action, right? Big down, lots of volatile price movement within a narrow channel, and then back up towards the end of the day. I don't know why everyone's so bearish. It's good news. Possibly. I haven't been proven wrong on the T plus settlement dates. The T plus settlement dates have occurred. FTDs have been settled. There's a reason our daily average volume has been higher the last 3 weeks during this FTD settlement period than it has in the last 3 months. Do you ever get tired of just trolling people on the internet? If this was their play, brilliant. If it wasn't, I just told them how to do it. Is 1269 gonna be bugged today? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if Turd sent me the dark pool data. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so Feb 14. I mean, it's interesting that that's, I guess it's probably just a coincidence, but I think you may want to distinguish between FTD settlement and what they're actually doing, which is watching the FTDs and kicking the can. I mean, Reg Show kind of kicks the can on a massive chunk of those FTDs due also, right? Because Reg Show breaks apart those FTDs into being due each day, as opposed to, you know, the like force settled each day as opposed to the way they're normally settled. And so it dilutes the pile up of FTDs. So they didn't cover shit on the 6 after hours. Doesn't look that way. And it's ETF and index quarterly options expiration. Epic. It's not really a question of defeating the entropy swap. It's a question of holding delta and getting the MM to push back against their shorting. Exercising helps, but that's possible, Charlie. I mean, this kind of stuff is like taught in school, but not in finance, right? Like these are like mathematical models developed by physicists and mathematicians in order to profit off like derivative value constructs. This is what happens when you pay the smartest people in the world obscene amounts of money to make you money. So OPEC's short signal is dead now? I have no idea. Do you think your DD forced their hand a bit? There's a pretty definitive correlation between them shorting the fuck out of the stock and retail buying large numbers of far dated calls. But I don't know how much of that was my DD or just opportunity because the price was dropping. Would you rather have your quants or a Nobel Prize winning physicist? I'd rather have my quants. Grabbed a 920C at the bottom and tried to decide whether to dump it or ride it a bit longer. This doesn't look particularly amazing. It's still failing. Like this is not a successful breakout, and it's part of an overall bearish trend. So yeah, I don't think it looks super good. It might turn around a little bit into the end of day and kind of just chop within here. This isn't really this like bearish pennant isn't really confirmed in any way, and would probably need to be redrawn in the future. I guess you could. Oh, me. Oh wait, it just snapped right back. That was cool. I guess you could say you're experiencing kind of this. Which could be bullish if it breaks to the upside, but it failed the last test. It's got a triple top here over 3 days. I mean, this doesn't look good. RSI is not really very oversold. DMI looks like it's moving to a negative trend. Yeah, this doesn't look good. Check WeBull GME News tab. Article gives more info. Array DOJ short probe, including them also targeting analysts whose reports help tank prices, institutional alliances, and mentions Melvin by name. That's fucking cool. This is an article from Bazinga saying GameStop sold 47 million in IMX tokens. Department of Justice probing short sellers from Investopedia. Stocks include LKNCY, Bank of California, CSX, both of which famously shorted pandemic winner GameStop GME, have received subpoenas, as has Muddy Waters Carson Block, whose tweets report critical of Lucan set off a short squeeze on his stock. Interesting. Oh, I'll share the link for that with everyone. And it's cited. Look at that. Almost like real journalism. Ooh. I think GME still has significant volatile upside potential. I don't think the squeeze is necessarily dead. It's always been a value play, though. It's easy for me to say because you have to shoulder the backlash reaction, but DD on entropy swaps would be valuable for GME longs to understand better. Many people like to default to crime as a catch-all because they're ignorant. Thanks for doing what you do, Gerg. Thanks, Sweet and Sour 06. I'll see what I can write up. It's a lot, and it's very complex and hard to explain. I'm pretty bullish after what we found out today, even with the reduction in the extent of it. Although when you told me 1.8 billion shares, I was pretty Pretty suspect of that number from the get-go, but 4.2 million is still a significant amount of buy pressure. Are sprinklers seem like shares? Let's go IMX at some point. Give me option. Time and sales has dried up the last few minutes. This is interesting. I wonder if we're gonna have like another weird low volume climb above fucking VWAP again today. You can check out the clips later, Steven. Isn't crypto just like ripping today? I think that's more of an effect of Bitcoin's value increasing than anything fundamental changing on IMX. I'm gonna eat some nuts. Stop dropping them all over the floor. Oh my god, I'm almost out of my custom nut mix. This is bearish. Okay, can we just address the elephant in the room with RC buying shares and people asking me about it? Ryan Cohen gets paid in shares. Why would he buy them? I'm alright, Han. How are you? Don't feel bad, Daddy's little nut meat. I'll buy more. I would say mixed nuts comprise 40% of my diet. I don't even know if that's healthy. A lot of the nuts in here are healthy. You like Korean food? Some of it. Depends. I like Korean barbecue a lot. Check your Discord DMs. What am I looking for, Ben? Interesting. Causing inflammation. Hmm. Heavy has dropped a lot in the last 10 days or so. Is this somehow playing to their recent moves lately with entropy swaps? Has it? Ivy hasn't really dropped much at all. It went up a bunch and it's stayed fairly stagnant as far as I'm aware. Was this B play my best one? Huh. Interesting. They're earning. Tomorrow? At what time? You counterbalance with loads of omega-3. Okay. I take an omega-3 supplement. Are you planning on rolling your March 18s if we don't see a price action until tomorrow? My plan was to... We don't see anything tomorrow. My plan was to roll my out of the money March 18s. Just because I'm losing so much theta per day. So, like, probably anything like 200 or 180 and above. I was considering selling them off. Keeping everything below that. Selling those off tomorrow towards market close. and then buying them back or looking for an entry back in around the 14th. But with the information from today, I'm maybe reconsidering this move. These are costing me like $2,000 a day in theta. And so I don't want to just hold them for no reason. But I also don't want to risk us running on the 14th and then I've sold off this position. So I don't know. I have to think about it. And that's not, I mean, that's really only specific to my position. I don't think any or most of you are affected by that level of theta decay. But it's something I'm considering. I haven't decided whether I'm doing it or not. If you have like 2 calls, it's probably irrelevant. What news did I miss? I have a migraine, so please just tell me. I'm not going over it again, Trina. I already did it like 4 times. I have clips. They'll be up later when you feel better. There's possibly a chunk of FTDs that have been shifted to the 14th, but I need to dig into more what the quant team's talking about. I can't really focus on it while I'm doing the stream properly. I'm likely to not roll anything at all. I'm not sure at what point they'd be covered. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure that the tactic they've used is effective at doing what I think it does. I need to look into it a lot more. It's an interesting explanation of the price movement on after hours on January 6th. They would have to cover them during market hours, likely. Or yeah, I mean it's probably too much volume for CNS. Morant's rants called Feb 14 weeks ago. Based on what? Like the technicals? And everyone can say Feb 14th, but you need... Yeah, but he wouldn't have known what we found out today. So why is he calculating the 14th for FTDs? I do hate people, but I love parties. I put in a limit sell at 250, get familiar with Fidelity Mobile app, and the order route says Citadel Derivative Group LLC. Odd. It's not odd. They're the DMM for GameStop. It wasn't a quant party. That was last night. What's up, Bob? As of 2/3/22, IBKR says Gmail has the largest short value of any stock and most requested stock from the lending desk. Check DMs. Okay, but it doesn't give us like we already know that utilization on GameStop is way up. I'm like, this is verified in multiple sources. Utilization for GameStop's through the roof right now for short borrows. Ever since, ironically, ever since January 6th. Sounds like they lost access to their source of GME shorts and have had to start borrowing shares. Yeah, I mean, well, you have to remember, Bob, that like most ETF agents aren't going to allow them to do that shit, right? XRT does. But Vanguard and BlackRock aren't going to let them pull that shit. So yeah, I would say that you're seeing higher utilization because they've lost access to their primary source of short positions. That's probably not. Think we'll drop still? I don't really think so. Last week was green. We're probably moving into an uptrend if nothing else. I mean, XRT has been the focus of so many SEC reports. It's not even funny. Yeah, it depends on the situation, meditation. Usually you can get an idea from the peak volatility, how low it could fall before it starts to slip, like through a consolidation period, and you can set it slightly below that to protect yourself. But that also depends on if you're carrying like a volatility position versus carrying, you know, a position that might be like out of the money. Because if it's an out of the money position, you want to sell it at the peak. You don't want to wait for that consolidation period while IV crushes. XRT is 7 on the ETF list. IWO is 4th on the short list. It spiked up Friday, didn't it? Didn't it hit like 300 and something percent? Usually XRT is the first. Meme is second most requested. Oh, from IBKR? That's just IBKR though. That's the problem with Fidelity and IBKR being our only like window into short borrowing, because there's a lot more available that we don't see. So really the only thing that we want to see that it allows us to see is utilization and the rates, which are important. They tell a bigger story. See your DM of the IV chart over the last 10 days. Well, January 26th, it bumped because they ran super hard. We're relatively in the same range, though. Ivy's consolidating, though. Yeah. Dark pool low today. 44.5%. Interesting. I wonder why. Do you get a chance to go through the new options tracking software? No, I'm still trying to get a login. I'm waiting for them to email me back. Has there been large institutional rolling of Feb 18th calls? It looks like IV is much lower than it once was. Possibly. Let's see. If we look at 10 days calls. Looks like a lot of March, April. For the longer positions, it looks like March and April are mostly being targeted. It looks like maybe Feb 18s are being closed, probably rolled forward. There's some weekly shit, but that's not really relevant at the moment. Today, still seeing an increase in those. We're seeing July 15s sold and June 110s bought. Those are like our two big contracts for the day. I think those are directly related, actually. So that just looks like a credit spread. A big one, but a credit spread. Bullish. Meditation. Thank you so much, man. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. Do you have a standard stop loss percentage you use? No. I really only set stop losses if I have to like walk away from my trade. Oh yeah, retail's absolutely averaging their cost basis down. Griff will move up near open. It's interesting today. Not a lot of put suppression, just shorts. So borrowed shorts this morning. Mini returned. Through this period. I'd imagine we're going to continue up or slightly up for the rest of the day. But usually there's some put wall. I'm not really seeing too much evidence of that. 130 puts, some 100 puts, but not in huge quantities. They do look bought. Feb 18 and Feb 11 100s. Those are out of the money now, so I don't know if they're gonna. Maybe they closed them. I know you're extremely bullish on DWAC, but have you ever heard of a company called GameStop? Kidding. Thanks for everything you do, man. No problem, D-Pipe. What post should I go read to catch up what we found out today? I'll have clips uploaded later, Vody. So maybe a dumb question. New to options, can I sell to open put contracts backed by my shares? Or do I need cash to sell puts? You need cash to sell puts or margin, Hunter. Puts are secured with cash. Covered calls are secured with shares. We're just following the market up. That's fine. I mean, they're also returning shares. But yeah, that's... Figure out that pop on XRT calls was at 4 p.m. Friday. You probably already said it, but I missed it. I don't know. IV just spiked in a very weird way into close for XRT. It could have been the market makers pricing in a move. GameStop IVs went up a little too. XRT short at 350, 350%. You say everything's gonna be okay. Going through stuff personally, I just want to hear someone say it. Everything's gonna be fine, Super Ninja. Fuck off, dork. Can someone explain the MOASS uncertainty in this stream today? I've yet to grasp it. People heard big words, made scared. Do you expect to see positive price action today and tomorrow? We'll see. I think we're getting just mostly dragged around by the market right now. So Feb 14 we go up, not necessarily, but maybe. I gotta do a lot more digging into that. It looks bullish though. Entropy may stock go up, down, and boom boom tomorrow. RRP shorting NFT divvy go burr. Oh boy. You're just on a run. Do I have to time you out? Please tell me that my Feb 18 300s will not be okay. I just need to hear someone say it. Does all this new understanding of how they packed FTD starting Jan 6 give us a better sense of how they're going to have to let it run up within the next few weeks, including the Fed Oaks peg state? Yes, it does. But we don't know the extent of their exposure before the OPEC state. So that's something I'm going to have to try to determine later, I think. At this rate, even my Feb 100 strikes are losing theta. Well, that happens. But they're in the money, so theta should slow down. Like, the rate of decay should slow down now. I have a Feb 11 100 right there. It hasn't lost too much theta value. The amount of shares contained in XRT for GME is irrelevant. Don't even care if MOASS at this point. Got enough cash to finish my food truck. Besides securities, it's baby's first asset. Congratulations, man. Is the volatility open that GME has each morning? Or just FTDs that need settled first thing in the morning from the previous day? Like whatever didn't go through CNS? Hold a little longer or take the loss and buy back in? It's up to you, man. March 11? I don't really know. It's kind of a weird date. I'm not a big fan of the theta decline on those moving into OPEX. Like, they're going to lose some serious value by the time OPEX hits. Do you close your express calls? Yeah. Yep, we're green. Woo. Snap knock. Market's coming up. Market looks good. Consolidate at 449 and push for something slightly better by close. I hope. XRT is coming up again. Ooh, XRT broke VWAP also. What's BP doing? BP is just full bull. Like these near-term oil price increases. CNS is expensive, but isn't it less expensive to cover everything through CNS compared to letting MOASS happen? Is there a limit to daily CNS? Yeah, I mean, it's limited by the amount of volume available. They discuss that in the T plus, JFresh discusses that in the T plus 69 DD. Theoretically, though, if you're stuffing FTDs into multiple different CNS pipelines, then no. But you know, that requires unlimited money. Formally doesn't seem super significant. It seems like they could just trade an extra 500k over a day over the next week or so. But it's buy pressure, a user. So that's a lot of buy pressure for GameStop in a day. They can't let XRT run until after 218. I don't know if they have that long. After watching your education video on options, I'm happy to say I bought a Our dated $100 option, and it's coming along nicely. Thanks for what you do to the community amid the cesspool of arguments. Thank you, A. I appreciate that. And congratulations on your successful options position. Up to 104, then back to 99. Seems good. Most of it was in the fairly early part of the stream, Bob. You could probably just slide around and look for points at which I'm writing on the screen. I sold cover calls on my shares, hence the spike. You can thank me later. I mean, if you have if you have calls in place already, those are a hedge against covered calls. What are your thoughts on the recent GameStop NFT partnerships? I think it's going to take a long time for the value to be realized there. I'm more bullish. I would say from a value standpoint, I'm more bullish on the e-commerce side of things, generating higher market cap than the NFT thing right now. Thanks for everything you do. I couldn't be down 62% on Snap today if it wasn't for you. I said it was a stupid YOLO. Who's worse? Me saying it's a stupid YOLO, or you buying into it? Also, it's just day one. Plenty of time for it to turn around. Does owned call have to be same as strike CCs? It has to be same or less to effectively hedge. How do you think next earnings is going to look? Probably continue to look pretty shitty, I would imagine. NFT way more bullish, in my opinion. Can revolutionize gaming. No, not in the short term. Maybe like 5-year window. But as far as adding market cap to GameStop, e-commerce will do that much faster. It broadens the number of consumers they can reach significantly. No, I didn't say that, Trina. Had ribs for breakfast, no eggs. Why did you even ask me? You spent like 30 minutes asking me how you should cook your eggs, and then you just ate ribs? Also, that's not a good morning meal. That's gonna slow you down for the rest of the day. Are we sharing this info with Superstock? I feel like the tinfoilers need an update. The reality of the possible situation should be explained. What's the point? I don't hate ribs. We didn't disown feces. The last time we put feces on the screen, we dropped 20%. It's bad luck. There's a shitty goldfish. Something going on with Facebook. Nothing good. It's just crashing. Maybe they'll go out of business and GME can use the term metaverse again. Zinke tomorrow can be pushed as well. Okay, I'll try to explain this. So XRT was thresholded on the 7th after 5 days, or after 13 T plus 13 days of consecutive fails, right? After that point, after it's on the reg show threshold list, every day following clears the first day, right? And so this slows down the rate. So from the 5 day previous, so T plus 18 ago, so 18 clears day 1, or yeah, 18 clears day 1, 19 clears day 2. 20. And so from that point on, it moves out like this. The other ETF FTDs are due in their standard slots, like the 3rd and the 8th, and this is probably 20. Was it the 25th? 3rd and 8th. Like these, all the other ETFs are due on the standard time frame, except meme, I guess, and the other one. Those are also reg showed, but so what this does is it kind of disperses the ETF FTD volume across a wider range of dates. This is WeBull. Oh, it might have been a typo, yeah. Meant to write in the money. Yeah, it was a typo. Thanks. So you're saying it's more profitable to ignore SRT for as long as possible due to it being thresholded, but they can't ignore the non-thresholded other ETFs? Yes. So that's why we're still seeing volume and price action, but it's much less. It's much less than expected, right? Because we're still seeing the other ETF FTDs do, but we're seeing XRT offset throughout the rest of the cycle because XRT is being cleared out every day. Whereas the rest of them are coming due specifically on their third end of their 35-day window. Shiba Inu pump. I'll stay away from that. Thanks, Survivor's Edge. Hmm. The XRT offset is not bullish until big batches of XRT come due. Which seems to line up with our already positive price improvement for the end of February. So that part's bullish. You know when you show the OBV chart and the short position looks massive? How could they have covered over the year with all this buy pressure? I don't think they have. I think they've covered a portion, like a small amount, but not all of it. If they'd covered all of it, they would have just left the stock alone by now, right? They would just let it drift and do its thing. They wouldn't be continuing to try to manipulate the price down and up repeatedly. It's the best evidence that they still have short exposure to some extent. I didn't say in the long run. I said in the short term, e-commerce will add more to the market cap than the NFT marketplace. It's not a theory. It's just a fact. E-commerce is a higher valuation. Much. Feb 25's safe or trash? I mean, if you buy them now, you're going to lose a lot of theta between now and then. You hold on to your SPY calls till tomorrow? They expire today, so I would say no. Is SPY showing any improvement? Oh, it's really gonna fuck me. It's gonna be very close. It's crazy how little we talk about the actual business fundamentals. We talk about the business fundamentals in here all the time. Sorry, I thought they expired on the 11th. No. I just bought some for today. Hmm. Okay, we've recovered and consolidated. So we're gonna finish this out or what? Got 2 hours left. Aren't we supposed to explode today because of ETF FTDs? No. That's where the NFT dividend comes from. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, the SPY's up today, so it's not like a bad day for the market. It's just not a great one. Head and shoulders on the 5-15 minute. I mean, there's one on the 1 minute, but no, not really. It looks more just like consolidation. We might slip a little, but we can probably just stabilize on VWAP. Has NFT Marketplace will need a game or purpose built for it? I'm expecting we won't see the marketplace give positive revenue for 3 to 5 years. Yeah, I kind of agree. So even without XRT, we could have some action tomorrow. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, borrow rate's up again today, which is good. Fidelity's borrow rate also went up today. Slow, but it's climbing. I mean, FTDs are being covered. You understand that, right? Like there's no reason for the stock to move otherwise. It's FTDs and options flow. Isn't this the type of stock movement we see in the stock right before a short squeeze? GameStop's hitting historical lows in entropy, and it's very similar to the entropy we see in the VW squeeze and the dip before the rip. So it's possible. If you had them for Feb 9th, oh yeah, I'd probably hold them overnight. What's up, Bo Bandy? DDS likely to pop. I mean, yeah, if the basket does, Garrison. Did we get over 70% short volume for one of the days this February? You looked it up. Now none of the days show close to 70%. We had 70% short volume on the 3rd, and the 4th we had 65%. The 2nd we had 67%, 62% on the 1st. I'll just show you. Friday was 65%. The last Thursday was 70%. 67, 62, 58, 59, 66, 65 on the 26th, 64% on the 25th. Dork, you want to send me a side-by-side of GME's Entropy and the VW squeeze? Or if you have the screenshots from last night. I think they're going to try to reg show GME. I mean, it might just happen. It may not be that they're trying to, but it's possible that it's intentional. They're called Heiken Ashi candles, and they do differ from standard candlesticks. I'm sure he knows, yeah, Matt Squatch. Supposedly sometime this week, D-Pipe. I think Gensler announced that they were going to make an announcement this week. I do find it very interesting that the possible offset of the entropy swaps comes due the same day as the release of swap data to the public. You were here. To indicate where we probably are in relation to the VLKF squeeze? Yeah, if you could. What's the benefit to intentionally thresholding GME? It offsets the delivery for FTDs. Like, it forces them to be settled, but it offsets their delivery. So it slows down the waves of FTDs hitting the counterparties. But it also prevents shorting on GameStop, which is ultimately very bullish. Also, the announcement of GameStop being re-added to Reg Show would induce a very significant amount of FOMO. That's possible, Bob. The rules that are coming out now all seem to be very directly related to what we understand is going on with GameStop. They seem to be being enforced immediately, which is very different from the rules we saw come in over the last year. It looks like they're trying to get ahead of something. What? I don't know. It's similar. I think it's similar to February of last year. Very, very similar situation. Do you really think TA works on GME? I mean, it doesn't. I don't really do TA on GME. Long term, it's a little more accurate, but there's still issues. I think understanding GME from a market mechanic perspective gives you far more than you get out of technical analysis. But without technical analysis, you wouldn't have been able, we wouldn't have been able to find out a lot about a lot of those specific market conditions that influence GME's price. So yes and no. It was a valuable investigative tool, which is mostly what TA is. I mean, if using purely TA to trade anything, I think is stupid. And technical analysis isn't just drawing fucking triangles on shit. There's far more to it than that, which is how most people seem to understand it. It's 2 plus 13 trading days. It's actually just 13 trading days, but the day of inclusion is T. So NYSE enacted a rule today forcing market makers to mark retail orders as such, mostly in an effort to ensure that they're collecting their fees. It didn't really have a lot to do with like stopping payment for order flow or anything. There's I believe the SEC is lifting the reporting restrictions on swaps next Monday, which will be very interesting, especially if a lot of because it could prove a lot of the things that we suspect now with swaps on GameStop. And then what else? I forget. There's another one too that they just added. I can't remember what it was though. Something to do with margin requirements. So you're saying if Jimmy was put in reg show that Wall Street Bets degens would hop in it? Not just Wall Street Bets degens, institutions. Don't just because they're not actively investing in the stock right now, it doesn't mean they're not acutely aware of the situation on it. You gotta check the Mickey D's when drawing triangles. People forget that about TA. You gotta call up and ask if the shake machine works. That's technical analysis. Thank you, the Ghost of Dan, for that insightful look into market mechanics. Accurate. I mean, you do have to find out if the shake machine's working. I just posted a silly meme to RSS and I changed the flare to TA. Yeah, they publish things like the stuff from this weekend that gets called fucking DD and has little to nothing to do with the stock, but have you seen Ben D. Shaft recently? I think he's been working a lot. He stops in every once in a while. Hmm. It could mean a large amount of FTDs due on the 14th, in addition to swaps being reported publicly. Which, if they're using swaps to obfuscate their short position, would then reveal those positions to long institutions, leaving them vulnerable. It could be a big deal. It's not that their feet get too sore to kick it. It's that the can gets heavier every time. Ooh. Oh, that's pretty naughty, dork. Ugh, this is gonna get people's tits way too jacked. All right, guys. So this is our entropy on RC's buy-in over the year, and there's variations in this. I wish you gave me a better time scale, but here you can see our entropy is moving up. It's very hard to see because it's scaled out so much. Or our entropy, like it's bottomed out, right? And then, but it is starting to move up just a little bit. And then if we go down here to the VW squeeze, you see when their squeeze began and when their entropy bottomed out and it started to move up a little. This is a big deal. Where can I get that info? You can build a smoothed entropy volatility model. I don't care if you trust them. It's really not. It's actually, this is actually the dip before the rip. This is the peak of their squeeze. Well, yes, this is the peak right here. So one more time. Jimmy's entropy is starting to move up just slightly. See? See it just lifting just the tiniest bit? Just the tip. Any chance you and the team would be willing to share that indicator? I'd imagine the person that built it would want to profit off of it, and no. What are you gonna do with it? Right? You're just gonna use it to profit off of. I've given you all the data you need on it in regards to GME. Love seeing you excited and bullish, man. Thanks for talking us through this. Yeah, of course, Go Speed. Thank you so much, man. Stock likes the entropy too. Should we infer any differences in ratios between pre and post entropy? IEJME was at like 4 and RC's buy-in versus BW being like 0.5 before the drop. I mean, they're different, but no, both hit historic lows relative to their previous price action. Eric Dork might be better set up to explain that, as he built the model, not me. Is there a way we can validate the accuracy of the indicator? Yeah, if the price goes up. But yeah, I mean, pretty much, yeah, you gotta take our word for it. Yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna share it. It's a valuable indicator on other assets as well, so. Entropy has a correlation with price movement. It is drastically different on popcorn. %93 of entropy drop on GME from RC buy into the bottom. 51% drop of entropy on VLKAF from liquidity squeeze to the bottom. Thank you, Dork. So there you go. That's the difference in ratio. Just drew a dick on a chart. B-Jets. You didn't even draw it on a chart. You drew a chart and then drew a dick on it. IBKR moved up to 2.6% with 40K. Cool. Dork, can you send me the AMC entropy? Additionally, we're at similar levels to VLKAF's entropy right before their squeeze. Awesome. We could also look at XRT entropy to see where they started shifting GME FTDs to XRT, which was interestingly fell right during that October FTD period. Hold on, I think I have the XRT one you sent me from earlier. Dork, but I don't have the AMC, like current AMC one. XRT. We can see XRT, or you can see the dip. So XRT's entropy is climbing pretty rapidly now, but we can see the dip here, where it began being used extensively for short positions, here into December, and then entropy has been moving up on it ever since. I think the last time it ran was back here in March. You see entropy peaked out here, or is that January? Feb. So right here, end of Feb. It also jumped really high during the January run. Let me see if you... AMC. So AMC's entropy peaked on its run back here in March, May, September. Hit its low. So this was the peak for its like $70 run. This was January here, and then this was its $70 run, and then it's coming up too a little bit. But do you have the other one for this? You see how GME's been flat like all year, and then like just a steady decline, and AMC peaked here in like between May and June. You have to remember entropy is exponential, right? So this is an exponential curve smoothed, because entropy always reverts back to mean, or always goes up, I guess. So what time frame are we looking at? Morg, or Dork, how long was it? Yeah, the 2-hour candles are easier to see the shift. But how long was it from VLKF's peak to the squeeze? How long did it take once the entropy started coming back up? So what time frame are we looking at for the rip? Feb 14 to 22nd, FTD pile up, OPEX. Let me see. Or maybe we could figure out the rate of increase of entropy on GME as it moves into runs. Give us an idea of the velocity of the increase. I think that's all right. I mean, you kind of already are, fluffy puppers, if you own GameStop. VW squeezed, what was the rest of the market like? It was shortly after the crash. Will my 110s print this week? I don't know. I hope so, man. XRT's moving up a little bit again. Spies sort of coming back. Oh, the spy's coming back nicely. Hmm. It's also VLKF was also in a different market with far less ability to transact these kinds of things. Holy shit. Spy's doing big ups. Are my garbage calls gonna print? I'm the best at this. Go, little fucker. $452 close. Let's make it happen. A spy short squeeze. It's got enough short utilization. You mean doing less big ups, but ups. It's still doing ups. Snap doing. Just piece of shit. Ooh. Here we can look at GME's entropy on the 2 hour. This was the August run. November 3rd, right? Is that November 3rd? Or is that's November 3rd. Sorry. So August, November 3rd. Oh, you can look at the whole year. It's easier that way. Hold on. Get an idea. This was pre-January. This is now. Hold on. I'll just disappear there. It means the spring is coiled very tightly. Out to November, December, maybe not all in one chart. When we attain positive linear correlation of price with entropy, price go boom boom. Yeah. That's a great way of explaining it. That's how I'm gonna explain it to people from now on. Price go boom boom. Think of it like an image of the rubber band that we're always talking about. Boom boom up. Spy's doing a breakout. Jamie just following suit. Okay, I could probably just watch the spy at this point. It's the same stock. Ah, make up my losses. Let's go. Why stop here? Just 454 at close. Let's make it happen. I was always like, why are we talking about this rubber band? And now I know. Now you get it. No, it makes it, it's so much higher because of the massive amount of shorting they're doing. They're trying to get entropy as low as possible to enter the swap, right? So they pull back the bow as far as they can, put the arrow in, and then let it go. The the arrow is pointing in the correct direction. Thanks, Kim. Go fuck yourself. It's a perfectly good bow and arrow. You wanna handle? There. Yeah, I've never taken archery. You want a compound bow? No. It's the worst trebuchet drawing I've ever seen. So it's kind of, I guess it's like a visualization of what I've been just trying to describe to you guys for 3 months. The arrow needs to be longer or else you'll shoot your own hand. Oh, we will. No, entropy is heading up slowly. It's already started to climb. Are you regretting having such a small amount of confidence in our intelligence? No. I'm sure it lags just a little bit, Simo. But I'm not sure. Actually, I'm not. Dork, what? Does it work in real time or no? It wouldn't matter. It's like entropy wouldn't tell you much on that short of a scale, I don't think. It allows them to enter the position. Do you get worried when someone says something actually intelligent in chat? Occasionally. GME is doing the exact same thing. Just, well, sort of. It hasn't dropped. It's just frozen there. How the fuck is my 100 still not printing? This is bullshit. We need some volatility. Okay, says a guy named AMC Bull. On the real smooth and all you've said today, we're going to eventually go up, but it will be controlled. And if control is lost, we MOASS. Yeah. Check out Discord. We are positively correlating, aka demand zone incoming. Oh shit. This is the kind of stuff I don't pay you guys for. It means VOP. The cap shots are payment enough. Thank God. Are one of you GME holders that hates AMC? Yeah, it's absolutely stupid and a shit play. Good luck with your debt restructure. Your CEO will be out by then. Adam Ape Enron. He did. AA sold the top. He is a trading genius. I think you guys are misunderstanding what this means. They aren't going to control the run. They're hedging against it, meaning they have, from a risk standpoint, accepted it as a possibility. You can't hedge FOMO. Cyrax, you're 100% correct. But you also can't predict FOMO. We are calculating the rolling amount of information stored within the price action of a security on a logarithmic scale that uses partition function of the period for the probability. Okay. How are your 105s green, but your 100s aren't? Theta. It's just a little bit of theta. It'll go away. Come on, SPY. Make us rich. It's having a little bit of trouble with breaking 150 right, or 450 right now. Might have to sell. Come on. Theta intensifies. I made an art on Discord. Oh, that's super cool. That's awesome. I'll use that. Cool, Daddy. When is the FTD covering? It happens all day. What do people not understand about this? Homie on Blueberry is literally describing MOASS without naming MOASS. Awesome. Why is there a channel on Discord for AMC so people can shit on it? Is there anybody in that channel anymore? Like actual people that own AMC? Our staunchest AMC supporter isn't even in AMC anymore. Because he, I guess, didn't want to own more shares than the CFO. That's where we discuss our DD on seller boxing AMC. How come Jamie mini squeezed every fourth quarter and now it doesn't even move? It mini squeezed every quarter and the quarter isn't here yet. That's in February. Well, the end of February. Sure, it has. It's moved relative to GME, not in tandem. They're not 100% correlated. And it was probably a good play when it ran up to 70. You do understand how selling and increasing the size of the float helps short sellers? That's awesome. If you sold AMC at $70, you made out like a king. Great job. You did even better than the CEO. Jimmy did increase the size of the float by 5 million shares. But relative to, you know, AMC, which increased their float 5 times over. 10 times? Almost 10x. 10x their float. I feel like it was even more than that. Am I wrong? Didn't it go from like 50 million to 500 million? Seems like everyone sold their AMC at $70. I find it hilarious. Some YouTubers are equating GameStop allegedly selling IMX to execute their business plan to AA selling shares. Yeah, not the same. That would be like if Adam Aaron sold his car. AMC is a real estate company and a real estate bubble. They don't own any real estate. They rent it. So they're not a real estate company. Are you trying to compare AMC to like McDonald's? That's a shit comparison. You're laughing now when AMC Centric gets bullish demand zone. Why is she salty? That's like a 5x return. That's awesome. You could have just done what Citadel does on AMC and sold covered calls for the last year. You would have made millions. When would you roll your 100 318Cs? Oh, not until ever. They're in the money. I'm probably not going to roll any March calls until the end of February. What's going on with the SPY? Still can't break 450. I'm just going to close these. Take a 50% hit. Fuck it. Couldn't lose more theta, could I? Could. Let's see what happens in power hour. Yeah, if GameStop sold their IMX, then they can just buy it back later when it's more diluted and make a profit. YOLO some Facebook calls for the meme? Nah. Buying 105 weeklies, a bad idea? I have one. It's barely moving. Probably not great. Is Regal Cineworld the play the whole time? I mean, they have a better books. Do you feel GameStop selling their IMX is a big deal? Absolutely not. And if they did, it was an intelligent play. It's almost like, get this, GameStop might be in the business of making money. Like a corporation. IMX has a lot more dilution to go through. They're only 11% diluted, I think, or of their available, or they have 90 or 89% more they can release. So if GameStop sold now while it's very consolidated and buys back in when they dilute more, they just make profit, right? D. Lauer trying to steal Girk's DD again? I doubt it. What did he? Why? What happened? Anybody upset about Jimmy selling IMAX, which is part of the plan? Bought at the top and are salty. Yeah. Look at Discord. What's going on Discord? GameStop whale spotted. Put sweep bearish. $1.5 million. It's a $2 million sweep. I think they're wrong. I think it's a call sweep, and they're just fucking incorrect. Are they just lying? Is that what's happening here? Daniel Taylor. Those fucking puts are sold. Those calls are bought. That is not bearish. Those puts are sold 2-1 to the calls. How many strategies do you think a professional day trader should have? They should understand many and know which one to use at the right times. Trade spotting talking about entropy incoming? Seriously? I think SLD this month could just be just as violent as last month with the threat of a hawkish Fed looming. Yeah. Cat ripping? I wouldn't say ripping, just coming up. It's actually not that big of a move. Looks like Bazinga's talking about $7, $15, $60 puts. Yeah, I know what they're talking about. We saw them on the options chain earlier. Have you seen my recent DD on Entropy? I'm only asking to see if you have thoughts on it. I haven't read it yet, but I need to know your thoughts so I can cockroach your DD. Thanks, Bob. Bob Smith Creand. Creand probably already wrote the DD. It's probably already out. Show AMC's entropy again and compare it to GME. Is it? Let's see. Do you have the 2-hour entropy for AMC? AMC is the chart I wanted is the volatility chart. AMC's volatility is inversely correlated to GameStop, meaning it can be used as a hedge. I don't feel like arguing with you, Marcus. You go invest all your money in AMC. Good luck to you, man. Have fun with that. Have someone help me close out my short call before we rip. Do you need 200 million volume for a decent rip? No, not even close. Have you bought or do you plan to buy any IMX? It's not a short squeeze play, Mark. That's why. That's why we bash on it. Because you fucking idiots keep buying it, even though your CEO has been bailing on the stock for 6 months straight. And we hope that some see the reason. That's why. Ooh. Well, that was fun. Are we doing a halt thing? The fuck was that? Power hour? Good thing I didn't play the song. Was that it? I just haven't been bearish on GM and AMC enough. Retail loves power hour, guys. Look at retail buying all the stock. Fuck you, turd. Ooh. By doing ups. Don't advertise that idiot in my stream. What are your personal current thoughts on DRS? Is computer share a vibe? Do whatever you want with your shares, man. Bipolar Bear, you're back. The green candle was Adam Aaron buying into GME. That was fucking interesting. Did XRT jump? A little. Strange day of consolidation. So I'm gonna close these. Hmm. Thank you, Alien. No, I don't give a shit about it. Bar rate will go up with or without it. Whoever bought those 10 shares, do it again. That's beautiful, Zakir. But I'm really not. I really don't give a shit what AMC people do. We'll see in 15 minutes what that spike on the options chain, I bet. Probably more sold puts. Could be. Congratulations, Han. How big would your head be if you were informed that all the major hedge funds had a person assigned to watch your stream to learn more about the GME play? To offload CFDs for a small profit now or wait for another dip tomorrow so I can hold for the rip in another week, month? Do CFDs have a decaying value or is it just cost to hold? I guess that would depend on your cost to hold. There's no implied volatility on those though, so like you can just buy in at any point, right? Cost to hold, it's minimal. Oh, okay. It's not Zakir's birthday. Is it? No. What would it take to make you question your cycles theory? No run up this week? Doesn't have anything to do with a run up. You just don't understand how FTDs work or how they net settle them. Confirmation of my theory would be OPEX hitting a fucking fat gamma ramp and making everyone rich. I mean, AMC share price was propped up by retail. And then all the insiders sold into it. It's like an IPO. Except instead of being new, it's dying. They can hold the price up. They just don't affect it by buying a lot. They have a little more effect on AMC because it's so much cheaper. So they're able to drive more volume in a stock like that. Were you asking for an IV spec earlier? Well, we got a little bit of one. Yeah. Somebody who works in film, please stop saying it's dying all the time. You work at an AMC? Chris Arnold? I'm sure movies will continue to be filmed, except on lower budgets for streaming platforms. Clearly, they want the price stable during the FTD covering phase. Is it not better strategy to buy far dated calls because price in IV is at its lowest? Yes. That is an excellent strategy. I wonder where you came up with it. The only bull case for AMC is that films will still be made. Remember when you used to say the price for the listeners? It's 102.62. Is it not a better strategy to buy far out of the money 510 weeklies? I don't know. Pickle Morty is my fiduciary. Oh, you're fucked. Link to video DD. I clipped it today. It'll be up later, respectively, me. Is that the Entropy MOASS? No. What if these spikes are due to someone testing how much is being put on the live exchange, placing a bet to see if they can control the price still? It could be like a volatility test or testing the bid ask. It could just also be like a dark pool dumping out. A YouTuber called Practical Investing. 500K share is a mathematical possibility for AMC. Take that. That doesn't sound practical or like investing at all. Why do people think I'll be deterred by making money by pointing out the taxes are higher? It makes no sense. I don't know. It's okay. We'll have enough money to dodge them. Thoughts on Volvos? Very safe, unreliable. I think that if oil futures keep rising, there's going to be more crashings to do. Fight me. Yeah, but like the far dated futures contracts for oil are in backwardation, so I don't think so. I think it's just a short-term effect. Unsustainable. Also, shell production's like way the fuck up. So I don't think oil prices will stay that high for that long. Thanks, meat sub. Why does BBIG look like it's barcoding? High frequency trading? Gold is in No, backwardation is not like puts. So backwardation means they're not valuing it as highly in the future as they are now. And then gold is in contango, which means it's being valued higher in the future than it is now, which is interesting. Probably pricing in like hawkish Fed movement, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think people are going to be surprised. What do you make of days like today? Express higher than normal volume plus higher than normal price. Does the price dump when volume falls off? How long till that happens? Any thoughts? Generally, at the peak of volume, price will then fall because that's when the selling's occurring. There's a block trade buy. Check Discord. Is it in the, oh. Volume. That's a fat block. 34,000 shares. Cool. Longs accumulation. So I don't buy gold spot. I own a bunch of like GLD. Hopefully they'll have a small rate bump and it'll spike, but I don't think gold is gonna spike the way it has historically. Even if we do move into a recession scenario, I think the crypto markets are gonna soften that. Contango? They're really spiteful, aren't they? They don't want it to close green because they're holding shorts overnight. Remember those days? VIX futures are better play for a recession. They'll be better for the crash. Not Topanga. Thoughts on Twitter earnings? I don't know. Probably shitty. You think stocks are rigged? Try metals. Steel, notoriously so. What do you think about Macor starting to pump Shiba coin and leaving AMC slowly? That guy doesn't know what he's doing. Just, I don't care. It's irrelevant. Look at it go. Should have bought more of this. This is my best play all day, and it's the one I bought the least of. Ew. Lamb. Thoughts on spontaneously combustible shelving? Seems like something I would use in a data center. Zero truths to me being friends with Matt Kors in real life. I don't hang out with boring as fuck people. I thought BP changed their name to DP after the oil spill. They didn't stop making money because they killed a bunch of animals. Thoughts on Peloton earnings? Pets? I don't know. What do they make money from? They just sell like bicycles and kill babies, right? Can you be anti-abortion and pro-Peloton? No. No, you can't, because Peloton kills babies. Price stock? Just no volume trading. So you're saying we have to go backwardation to the future? Sure. Market had a second fail of the DN line today, but it bounced back over it. What's the Peloton kills babies? Did something horrible actually have been to a baby? Yeah, a bunch of children died fucking around with Peloton machines. You see Amazon interested in buying Peloton? Someone might buy them out. They're pretty cheap right now. I joined the IMX Discord. Why? And they sent me a message saying that I've been randomly selected to win 0.194 Bitcoin plus a bonus. It's not a scam, is it? It's definitely a scam. It's okay. Just give them your crypto wallet. I saw it, Daniel Taylor. What does Peloton do to babies? Kills them. Kills them dead. It's almost like, I mean, probably also their parents' fault, but it's more fun to blame Peloton. I get crypto phishing scams from your Discord all the time. I've lost so much money. Draw a pickle? No, I don't want to. It was very bossy of you. Please? No manners. What technical analysis pointed towards a price rise? The technical analysis points to GameStop going back to like $40. Do you understand what technical analysis is, Isserus? I feel like you don't, based on the comment. Johnson & Johnson is way worse. Johnson & Johnson's killed a lot of babies too. Actually, killing babies is almost a cornerstone of big American business. Nestle kills babies. Bayer, yeah. It's fat. Who makes aspirin? Nestle's body count is untouchable? I don't know about that. Yeah, DuPont's got to be pretty high up there. Well, it's true. De Beers? Oh, yeah. Jesus. Cat probably has a decent KDA. I wonder if we could get the SEC to report a corporation's KDA on their 10Qs. Like there's no action taken for them killing people, right? But on their quarterly reports, they have to list honestly the number of people that have died because of their products. Look at DWAC. Why? Is it running? Oh, the dump. I wonder who bought this as an investment. Congratulations. Those bags look kind of heavy. Jimmy, sell puts. Sell puts, sell puts. More of them? Jesus. Buy 100 put to open. Sweep. Interesting. I think there's a lot of fucking fails. This is like 12-16 through 12-1 is interesting. 180,000 fails for GameStop. $23 million. Someone in chat this AM said they were making bank off DWAC. Not anymore. I have no idea. Darth Dan. I love how I can talk about things and then eliminate people from chat that I never want to speak to again. It's like a divining tool. At what market cap do you think that a stock would be delisted to preserve the rest of the stock market? Anything that endangered the value of the dollar. You're my MC. Regarding everyone announcement, comment in the Discord, since nobody paid attention to these last 10 months. Well, I'm still stuck on what's VWAP these last 9. I think Jimmy Hype Man got caught in the spam filter. Tell him to create a new account. Do it, Hype Man. Ooh. That's very odd. Hmm. I wonder why Bazinga is pushing this thing about lying about options. Look at this horseshit, guys. So Bazinga's trying to call all these bearish plays on GameStop, which are not bearish. And then they're releasing shit like this. So they're talking about call option activity versus put options, right? But look at the scale here. So they like zoomed in on the puts. What the fuck? I wonder if they'd want to print a retraction. Like, all of these puts are sold and super fucking bullish. And they're printing these articles about how, like, people are taking giant bull spread or bear spreads on GameStop. But, like, the notional value of calls is far higher. They just showed it on a different scale. Bazinga doesn't print retractions. It's true, they do stand by what they say. VWAP put their pickle in my jar. So if we're looking at baby kill counts, how many can we attribute to Ford for making the automobile popular? Probably a lot. Fuckers. And they took away our horses. That was the worst part. Imagine just riding through town on your horse. No traffic. I have a crazy correlation between net delta on the options chain and price of the underlying. It's sort of alarming how good the correlation is. Huh. Well, I'll discuss this with you after the stream, maybe? If you want to hang out later. I don't know. Like, don't have to. You know, he's just playing hard to get. I don't want to hang out with the rest of you guys. He's got net delta information. What do you guys got? See, this is what happens, D's nuts, when you curse. Is Bazinga same as no. One of the first classes I took in business school went over a book, How to Lie with Statistics. It was all about how others use graphs and charts to mislead people by misrepresenting data. I believe that. But why are they pushing so hard for that narrative? Like, fucking most people who read Bazinga don't even know what an option is. It's just very odd that they're like pushing this bearish, like bear spread or bear sweep data multiple times in the same day. Like, they're trying to explain away the sold puts, which really makes me think they're trying to enter an entropy swap now. It's like, quick, call that guy at Bazinga and tell him all this options activity is bearish. Big bears swarming the stock. Because that's worked out so well for bears in the past on GameStop. Book is by Edward Tift. Tift. People who write for Bazinga don't know what an option is. Entropy only goes up in the universe. It only goes up on stocks. I'm suspicious. That felt like a softball. Why would they want us to know that they lied? I don't think that was their goal. Check DMs. Do you want to send this to Bazinga? Be like, here, I fixed your graphs. We have our own version, thanks to Chicken Tender Daddy. This is where we get the real news. Bazinga's lying to people again. Or misleading, I should say. How would entropy swaps affect us? Bad or good? I mean, good in the sense that it means that they've accepted the fact that a run is going to occur. Bad in the sense that, you know, that they're probably hedged against at least most of that run. Listen, Grenkle and all you whale farts, Bazinga got it right. You should give up now. Plus, it's a great time for swaps, so take your shabby Persian calls and trade them in now. You're bad, Grenkin. Get your rat farts off my stock. Get fucked, Ken. We're never going anywhere. Did you sell your SPY 451s? Yeah. $25,000 puts on XRT executed within 5 minutes of each other for strikes 72.78. Cool. I'm interested in seeing what he's got. Had them on Twitter. I should. I'm gonna do it. Can't find it. Oh, it's capital D. Hmm. Oh, it's almost over. Can you recap? Went offline with the 1.6 billion, turned out to be 4 million. Oh, there was a issue with the delta in the data. More entropy equals more chaos. Let's fucking go. Chaos greater than order. Thanks, meditation. How does this season and episode thing work on the daily? I don't know. I just picked a format and been sticking with it. We found a bunch of like exercised put delta before the after hours run on January 6th. Mr. Ko-Fi. Bazinga makes several mistakes with options trades over and over again with all stocks I've ever checked their articles. I think they have automated software. The texts are always identical. That is just set wrong. Yeah, but they're like doing like an actual write-up and like displaying an incorrect chart. Amgen's interest. GameStop whales spotted. What the fuck is this? Okay, what's your tinfoil? I don't know what you're pointing out here. Run Amgen, make money. Maybe. That makes sense. They do that a lot. Closed white. I think, well, hold on, give it a second. Sometimes it updates on the closing candle. Closed at yesterday's close. Or Friday's. Nope, yep. We're just closing even. What the fuck? You missed a wild spy ride? No, I sold up here. I didn't miss anything. You gotta be shitting me. How often does that happen? Not too often. I mean, it happens, but it's not common. Mine says 102.16. Yours is wrong. It'll update in about 15 minutes. All right. Well, that was cool. What a weird day. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. I appreciate it. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Hopefully around 9 a.m. Have a good night, guys. Bye.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
I'm not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Creon. Sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulon.